Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start this committee of conference here. This bill is relative to HB 1298, the definition of part-time teachers. And we do have a side-by-side that's been provided to us. One side, the left side, showing the House version, and the right side, the Senate version. There is a significant difference between the two versions. So right now, I'm just going to open this up to discussion as I have the other committee of conferences. And is there anybody who wants to lead out here? Let's have the
If you
Senate.
don't mind.
Yeah.
So again, I can speak for the people that voted for the Senate position.
That's qualified.
Yeah. So again, the intent here was on the Senate side was to allow local school boards an increased amount of flexibility, not involving the State Department of Education, with the exception of a background check, and to allow local school boards, and trusting that local school boards would be able to find those people within their community to fill a part-time need that they have. And again, it may be a situation where I'm going to use especially the specials, the art, those kind of things, music. A school may not have a reason to have a full-time art teacher, but they have a reason to have a full-time art teacher that could teach in 5 different classes or share it with another school district. And so the ability to have the local board decide that the local artist that has an art shop downtown on Main Street goes through an application process, goes through a review, and they can make the determination that we think this art teacher, whether this art professional could teach art in our school with no problem. And they make that determination, not involving the State Board of Education, and hire that teacher for a half a day to be able to come in and teach one class in the middle school, one class in the high school, if that's what's necessary. But we trust in that the school boards be able to make the determination and evaluate their people like they do all other positions without the Board of Education involved.
Okay. And it sounds as if you're speaking to eliminating B, C on the House side, on enrollment number 1, B and C. Is that correct?
Right. Again, the bill before us is amended by the Senate. So the Senate position is the talking position, I'm guessing. And so the question is whether they go back to the House position.
Yeah.
So again, I'm speaking strictly to the Senate position. And again, I think, again, we have requirements of a bachelor's degree, a content area. And I'd argue that not necessarily every content area would have tests. Not everybody has a bachelor's degree, but they'd be completely qualified to be able to teach. And so if the school board, again, the local hiring authority determines that, they're going to have an evaluation process. We're not just saying anybody can walk in and apply. What we're saying is, well, anybody can walk in and apply, but it's not without an evaluation. The school districts have the right to create whatever policies they want around. So we'll talk to, one of the things I was just talking to Mr. Appleby about was, the content exam. Could a school board in its local policy for hiring of part-time teachers establish a content exam as part of that? Sure. That's up to them to determine what their qualifications they want within their part-time teachers are. I think this allows for the greatest flexibility given the teacher shortage to allow especially business professionals or professionals in their industry, whether I'll use an automotive class, right? So that may be still in a high school, not at a CTE. You can bring a local mechanic in who may have the skills to teach and yet doesn't have a bachelor's degree, right? If a school wanted to offer a 1 class in wood shop, they can bring a carpenter in and have that carpenter teach. It may not have a bachelor's degree, and I'm not sure there's a content exam for that person, but why would we require that carpenter or that electrician or that auto mechanic to go and get a certification from the Board of Education? So again, I think that leaving it at this local school board level for part-time positions makes sense. Let those districts establish their own criteria for what they believe. Let them use their own judgment for what they believe. Because I'm sure, and I know from being on the school board, that there are people that come with a certification from the Department of Education that we don't keep keep educating. So it's not a guarantee just because someone has a certification from DOE means they're going to be a great teacher. So this just recognizes that flexibility, gives the flexibility, especially considering the shortage that we're undergoing in education right now.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was just reading yesterday what they're trying to do with the veterans coming home and having finished their service, that many of them are extremely qualified for all kinds of skills to be taught in the school. And I think that's a good source of part-time teachers. So there are groups of people available that could do the teaching that don't have a certificate of, from a teacher college.
Where in this bill is it talking about certification in a teacher college? I don't think it does say that. Senator.
So
Prentice.
sure. So look at section C in your bill, right? It says if the New Hampshire Department of Education determines this requirement is not met, right? So again, we're involving the state in some sort of certifying aspect to qualify an individual. And again, I think local school boards are more than capable, our elected officials at the local school board are more than capable of determining what employees will meet the need of that district without this oversight of the Department of Education.
I think we need to get some clarification here. We initially, when this bill came to us, it talked about certification. This was changed, as you see, right at the top of the House version, where it says part-time teachers, semicolon, adjunct authorization. So they are now going to be receiving adjunct authorization. Is adjunct authorization the same as certification? That's the question I have. And I was indicating maybe that can be clarified by the Bureau or the department sitting here. But I need to have a response to that particular question. If it's adjunct authorization, then if we're concerned about certification and all the consequences of certification, where that leads to, and working with other teachers in the building and all that, and labor relations, I would think that adjunct authorization would not be the same. But I'm going to call forward Mr. Appleby for some comment on that question I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Steve Appleby, Department of Education. So we use a number of terms in the Bureau of Credentialing. The overriding umbrella term, as I explained it, is the word credential. And within that, under that umbrella, we have licensure, we have authorization. Right? Licensure is a teacher license and a principal license and so forth. They're fully licensed. And that word has meaning around the country. And the word license is typically a word used when it's a government entity giving out something, as opposed to the word certification, which we've moved away from, because certification, very often like Microsoft, I was a Microsoft certified systems engineer for years. Certifications are given out by non-governmental entities, right? So we use the word license, first of all. So when we're talking about educators, we give out licenses, right? We also give out authorizations. So we give out intern authorizations today. That's a person on an alternative pathway. An authorization is not a license, but they are both credentials. So they fall under the term credential, and we do that as well for misconduct purposes, investigative purposes, code of conduct, code of ethics purposes. We use that term credential. But then when you drill into it, we use licensure and we use authorization, and authorization is not a license. So that's how we define them as being different. And we don't use certification if we can avoid it. I hope that clarifies a little.
Yes.
So again, so as you look at section 3 of the bill, right? So we are talking about the last sentence of section C on page 1, right? It says, the Hampshire Department of Education for the determination as to whether an adequate occupational experience is documented to justify the issuance of an adjunct authorization. So here again, we're requiring the Department of Education to issue an authorization for an individual that school district, And I just don't think that's necessary to get for a part-time position to have the Department of Education involved in qualifying someone that the local school board can qualify in and of itself.
Question, does the department have then no responsibility to ensure oversight to meet the minimum public school approval standards to ensure that music is being taught and physical education is being taught, or special education, or any of our areas that were under the criteria for an adequate education are taught appropriately? Or is that now going to be provided to the local district to make that decision?
I'm sorry, you asking me or him?
Well, I'm asking anybody who can help me out with that, because I am really, boy, the old phone number. I'm really concerned here that, yeah, I see we have some things listed under an A, B, and C. I'm seeing that all that's being subtracted. And there is no criteria which is being set forth for this authorization, which is a credentialing issue, not a licensing issue. And so when we're talking authorization, is that the department have nothing to play with that or to do with that?
If I may,
Yeah.
I think elsewhere in the bill, if memory serves, we mentioned the criminal history record check clearance that we would give out. Clearance is another type of credential that we do have the authority to rescind if there is a misconduct situation that occurs. So an individual would still be coming, if the other language was struck around authorization, if the state board approved, adopted rules, I would assume that clearance could be rescinded, but that wouldn't speak to qualitative.
You touched on the other point that I have a concern with. In the Senate version, it says they seek a criminal history records check, background check. They meaning the individual, not the department. Whereas in ours, in the House version, the local school district shall seek. So you have a local government agency seeking this criminal background check or clearance from the Department of Education. Who initiates that?
Well, current state statute states that if a school district hires you, you have to have a background check locally. And the school board must have policies in place regarding that check.
Who initiates that check?
And the individual goes and gets that check, designates the local school district as the recipient of that check.
Okay.
We've now gone in a direction where new applicants and teacher prep applicants must also get a clearance, and bus drivers from the department.
Mr. Chair, if I can, again, so I use the example, I'll go back to my coaching experience. I had to get a background Corey check when I was coaching because it was a requirement for me to coach. But again, I went and submitted the paperwork to the state police, and then I designated to be delivered to the local school board, who then verified I was not a danger to the students, and were able to allow me to do that. This follows that same exact process that's outlined in 198:4-C. I'm sorry, wrong. Sorry, it's 198:13. So again, we're following that same procedure we currently already use. That's not new ground for local school boards to deal with non-credentialed individuals who still need to have a background check.
Yeah. Further discussion? Why is it, if we're walking through, I'd like to know why the Senate version went to 30 rather than 20 hours per week?
Why did you what?
30 versus 20 hours. Again, I think we use the federal guideline for what's defined as a part-time position, which is under 32 hours.
Do you think there's any consequences? And I'm just asking, all the questions are buzzing through my head here, but do you think there's any consequences to allowing 30 hours per week? When you divide that by 5, that's 6 hours per day. That becomes then a full-time teacher.
Well, again, what we were accounting for is the fact that you may have a teacher that doesn't necessarily teach in a high school for 6 hours a day, but may teach in a high school for a couple hours a day, teach in middle school a couple hours a day, go down to the elementary school and maybe teach a couple hour days, none of which have room for a full-time employee in their budget. So it allowed for the fact that you'll have, and never mind individual districts, you may have an SAU that hires a person and they teach in different districts. So we didn't want that to be the cumulative effect of they hire a part-time teacher that teaches 3 different districts. But under the SAU language, they would be disqualified if they taught more than 20 hours, even if they try to teach in 3 different districts.
And they don't necessarily teach you 5 days a week either. It could be less than that. All depends on the subject matter and the curriculum.
So we use 30 strictly because of the federal definition of what a part-time person is.
Do you have any objections to reducing that from 30 to 20?
It's a you question.
Do I have an objection to what?
To reduce that from 30 to 20?
Well, I mean, 20 is, what do you get for 20? It seems to me if you're going to hire a teacher, you want to have them as much as possible. If it's part-time, if part-time is 30 hours a week, then you have more flexibility in using this teacher in different areas. Or different, if you talk about an SAU in different districts.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd make the comment, if 30 hours a week gets you to a yes, and that's the only thing we change, I'd agree to 20 hours a week. But if we're going to talk about a bunch of more changes, and I'm not going to agree to it right now, I'll have further conversation about what we're talking about.
Okay, let's go down to the next one. So we had you, yes, you're willing to change if we change nothing else. B, on the House side, stipulates that the individual must have earned a bachelor's degree or higher with a major in or related to the field of authorization and must submit passing scores on the content knowledge exam or exams required for authorization area if one exists. Is there any rationale why you're saying that? I've heard you saying, yeah, you could be a certified, data person in Microsoft or something such as that, and well qualified with the content and knowledge. I understand that, but in terms of other areas, why is a bachelor's degree a hang up, or would it be an associate's degree, or just that there's just saying that it's too much control from on high and the local's not able to hire the person you want?
I'll take answer B.
Yeah. I think
Right. So again, the idea being is that we have the Senate's position was that we have trust and faith in local school boards to hire the person. I don't need it. I don't think in this part-time situation that the state needs to start specifying all kinds of criteria. Let the local school boards have the control to go through the applications, to hire the best candidate without hard requirements. Again, we're talking about a part-time position, and if we go down to 20, we're talking about a very limited part-time position. I don't think it's necessary for us to create that. I would expect that any school board that's going to hire somebody will develop a policy underneath their own that'll set some of this criteria for what they require. But I don't think the state needs to do this.
And if you talk about, for example, a welder, probably is not going to have a bachelor's degree, may or may not, but obviously is extremely skilled in the area that he or she will be teaching.
we already have that provision in career technical education
Right, but again,
as alternative certification.
what happens if you're teaching in a regular high school? I go back to the electrician, the carpenter, the auto mechanic. Some schools don't go to CTs and still have those programs that may want to hire a carpenter to come in. What exam are you going to give to a carpenter for a part-time position?
And we have alternative certification routes.
Again, at the state level. I'm
For
trying to
high
keep the
schools,
state
for
out of
any
a
level,
part-time
K
position.
through 12, where you work, we extended that to 2 years in the past, I believe the past year, to attain that alternative certification. And then you're also enrolled in a teacher prep program of some kind in that area. My concern is that the area, for example, if you have a shortage in, let's say, social studies, civics, and you have a person that's come in that's got a bachelor's degree in social studies or history and government or some related field, economics or geography, then that person obviously has a background in that skill knowledge area. That is, to me, a bar which raises it up over the person who's coming and says, I've done this, I've done that and that, but there's no real accountability that they've done all that, is there?
So the question is, do you trust your school board to ferret out the appropriate people, right? So is the school board going to hire a person with a sociology degree to teach physics? I'm pretty sure I would trust that my school boards are not going to do that, and that they're not going to provide those kind of things. I trust my school boards to make those determinations, right? These are elected leaders that are there to make sure that our students get the best education possible. So are they going to hire a sociology person with a sociology to teach physics? I would say no. I trust that they will not do that. I don't think they need a state directive and a state mandate to do that.
Where's this going to stop? Where is it going to stop? Are we going to then have other categories, like you need a chemistry teacher and we're just going to open it up to anybody that can come in and say, I can teach chemistry? Or we have requirements now that you be certified in that area, you take the praxis examination in that area. So there is a standard that will parallel the academic standards which we have in place. I'm having a hard time swallowing this.
But it seems to me if you're talking about a special area like chemistry, obviously you need to have experience in chemistry, maybe even a baccalaureate degree in chemistry, or maybe having worked in a chemistry situation for years and years and years, and you know it inside out. But I would imagine that somebody who's teaching chemistry will have had a baccalaureate degree, a academic preparation in that subject matter.
Senator Prentice, you had your hand up too
Thank you.
for a
And
while.
I know we're here to discuss this. The Senate's position on this has passed. I just want to offer, as one of my fellow conferees has noted, that I have a minority position on this. That some of the concerns that you brought up, Representative Ladd, aligned with some of the concerns that I had about the amount of time and calling them teachers when there's a teacher certification required on one side and this position getting a hall pass. I think the original intent of this was good, that if you have someone in your community, especially the smaller communities, that has a specialty, like, we talked about, say, specialty in arts, a specialty in a certain, cultural, educational area that you want to bring into the classroom, somebody who's done has computer skills that they can't locate a teacher to do or need to augment the education. I can see the value in that. But I think that where you're starting to line up is along the lines of, is it a teacher or is it not a teacher? So I just wanted to bring that. It's not that those things were not discussed. There was disagreement on them, but they were discussed.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just as Senator Lang talked about majority and minority positions, in fact, in the House, there was no minority position on this. The House bill was recommended ought to pass out of committee, 20-0, and was voted up on the consent calendar. And I think given the impact that this type of legislation would have across the state for all school districts, and I agree with what Senator Lane was talking about, that districts do in some cases have challenges finding teachers and for certain areas, just as what Senator Prentice was saying as well, that the House position does provide local school boards with the flexibility in Senator Lang's initial scenario, where somebody needed to be, they've got half-time requirements. Well, the 20 hours in the House version provides for that, but at the same time, it also helps to assure the high standards and high quality that people across the Granite State, hardworking Granite Staters, expect to find in their public schools. Again, 20-0, the House was behind it. And I'd say if we want to give this a try, something much closer to the House position would be maybe something that that could be introduced, and the effective date is right, I think. July 1st, 2025.
I have one more other
Thank
question
you.
for the department. On 1A there, Roman 1A, it talks about in a local or statewide teacher shortage content area. Does the department declare teacher shortage areas? Does the local administration can declare they have a shortage and communicate that with you? Can you explain the process to me, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So there's two different critical shortage designations. There's a statewide, and that's based on a survey that the department conducts every October of all the districts and positions they've had trouble filling. So we do a statewide list. However, there's a statutory provision, and I don't remember the statute off the top of my head, I apologize, that says that a local school board may declare a local shortage and notify the department that they have declared the local shortage. So if they can't get a physics teacher, let's say in Franklin, Franklin can declare a local critical shortage. The school board would vote on it. They notify us that they've done this. And then what that does is it lowers the entry bar into the alternative pathway, the site-based licensing pathway. It doesn't change the end. The end is still up here, but it does require less to come into the site, into that alternative pathway. So, and it matches the state if we had declared one statewide.
That's what I thought was in statute. And my concern in if that portion of that A is left off, then we are in conflict with what we have in statute to a degree. But it's also leaving, I believe, this, if this were to pass, to allow this flexibility to hire folks in a job. I understand Senator Lang's perspective where the local school board will make the decision that we need this, but I am concerned that this came about as the teacher shortage, which we had during the pandemic, and we were looking at how can we alleviate. And it's also coming out as a result of we have folks coming out of the community college system to teach that don't have a credential of any kind, so therefore are not allowed to teach in the school, which is a concern. If I were administrator, I'd let them lease the room for $1 a year and we'd have it done. But I think that we have to have some criteria, or else I think there's room for abuse on this legislation. Representative Hall.
I would just say that the Senate version to me weakened the teaching profession, and it's not good for kids.
So again, I'm going to use, especially given the House language of, there has to be a certified shortage of some sort before you can start stepping into the part-time position. Again, does not give local school boards flexibility. What if I just need to teach? I have a full-time math teacher. I have one more Algebra 1 class I got to fill. It's not exactly a shortage. I'm not going to declare a shortage because I need to add for my high school course. I have too many kids that want to take it, and I need to add one more class. I'm not going to declare a shortage on that, but then I wouldn't be able to hire someone who might be able to teach that on a part-time basis because the shortage won't be declared unless every time we have a vacancy, the school board's going to immediately vote. I just want you to consider the amount of hurdles we're putting in front of local school boards to be able to fill needs within their district. And why, again, in certain, that we don't trust local school boards to be able to make these determinations. The Senate's putting full faith and trust in local school boards to be able to say, they're going to do what's in the best interest of the schools. And if they don't have a qualified candidate, they won't fill the position. And we believe that. I don't think the state needs to step in and make that determination on a part-time basis for these part-time positions that may be only one math class or one art class or one computer science class. Why does the state need to step in if the local school board can make that determination in amongst themselves, if we trust them to make that determination? If we don't trust them, then I understand why you say we need the state to step in and create an issuance of an adjunct authorization and have a new requirement at the state level for that. But I trust that they'll be able to make these decisions. I trust our local voters to vote the people who are responsible for education in. I trust those people who are voted in to make the best determination for the district and for the students.
Are you willing to go into caucus and consider leaving A in, taking B out, and C in?
That's a you question. If you're in charge of
Mr. Chair? Yeah, just before that, just to address what Senator Lang was talking about, so I served on a school board for 12 years, chaired it for 8 years. And occasionally we did have to fill a one class position. So we would offer a plus contract to an existing full-time teacher to take that class. So school boards already have the tools and the capability to fulfill teaching of a class with an existing full-time teacher with a plus contract, and do so making sure that that students are receiving high quality education, and doesn't require any change in the current law to be able to do that now. So just saying that I think the policy that is contained in the House bill provides the flexibility beyond that one additional class, to be able to address the needs of districts, and I'd love to see us stand on that as the outcome here.
Follow?
Yes.
So what happens if an existing teacher doesn't want to teach it? There's nobody in the school district that says, I want to teach this class. I've got my plate's full. I have enough stuff going on in my life. I don't want to teach it.
I think that's a question. I didn't see it at all in my 12 years on the Hopkinton board. I certainly can't rule out that hasn't happened anywhere, but I think there's probably some flexibility there through alt certifications or some sort of exception that could be granted through the state board, through the Department of Ed, that ensures that we're providing high quality instruction to our students.
One more follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So again, with your 12 years on the Hopkinton School Board, did you ever fire a teacher that was certified by the Board of Education? Or non-renew a contract?
Sure. I mean, we've non-renewed contracts. I mean, I certainly believe in you staff accordingly, and when we've seen growth and dips in enrollment, we would certainly staff accordingly on all that. But in my experience, I think those are done through RIFs, obviously, but you try to manage your staffing through other ways of doing it too. RIF would be made sort of a last resort on that, but also in my experience as a parent, certainly our kids had their favorite teachers and their less favorite teachers, and that might rub off on parents. But what I learned being on the board was that some of maybe my kids' less favorite teachers happen to be other kids' most favorite teachers. So it's hard for me to say as a parent that has school board experience that just one perspective on a teacher is enough.
Again, my only point was, it's not an absolute. a certification from the Department of Education is not an absolute that this is a great teacher, is this is even a good teacher, right? That's not an absolute statement, and that's what this bill is seeking. The Senate version of this bill is recognizing is that it's not an absolute statement. That it's not just because a teacher has a certification doesn't absolutely mean that they're going to be a phenomenal teacher in my school or even a good teacher in my school. And again, on the school board, I can tell you that we non-renewed contracts for poor performance, right? That especially in the, before they reach tenure, right? Someone who came into the profession. This bill is seeking to recognize that, again, you don't need a certification to be a good teacher. You can be a good teacher without a certification, especially in certain content areas where certification isn't necessarily required. And you may have an alternative teacher path, but why do we need to have the state involvement in the conversation? Why can't a local school board who has the best interests of their students in mind be able to find somebody who isn't a full-time certified teacher, doesn't want to go down the alternative teacher path, but they're willing to step in and teach 1 class, 2 class, 3 classes for the school district across possibly multiple districts. I think that the state should allow that flexibility. Again, it helps the teacher shortage that we have now to allow some of these one-offs, like I said, to where you have that +1 contract and nobody wants it. I can bring in maybe my local CPA who might be able to teach a basic Algebra 1 course if I go through the process. Doesn't need to go to the Board of Education for that. We want to allow that flexibility at the local level so we don't have all these administrative and governmental hurdles for school districts to get the best outcome for their students.
Yes, Representative Hall.
Follow up on
We're gonna go
your
caucus
comment
hearings.
about the overages. In my district, they were fought over. You know, how come you gave them an overage and not me? That was the problem. Wasn't that there weren't people to fill them. The problem was there were too many people that wanted that overage. You know, teachers are always looking to make more money, and they willingly, from my experience, accept that position for an extra 0.2. That's not a problem.
Okay, we're going to go into caucus. I just want to make one comment because what I saw as an administrator in schools. During the time I supervised and managed hundreds and hundreds of staff members across this country. And during the time that I was there, I recommended non-retention to the board on 13 tenured teachers. And that happens if you go through needs improvement process, if you go through evaluation process and do things correctly. Yes, in any profession, there are folks which are not cutting the mustard. Certainly, if I'm going to go to a surgeon and deal with putting a stent in, I'm going to try to find the best surgeon I can, and that certification means something to me. Lastly, there's a small district up my way that has about 67 kids in it, and the library happens to be across the street in a public library where the person has no certification. However, that librarian knows the community, knows what's in that library, loves literature, and top-notch in technology as well. This bill would help provide that authorization that they need, so they, rather than having to hire a librarian within the school when they don't have the resources, they can use the librarian across the street. So we'll break into caucus right now.
This is what I've thought. We're talking about part-time teachers right now. I wonder how many of the part-time teachers who come in to help out, are they actually trying to become full-time teachers? Do they want to continue to teach? Or maybe they're just doing this for an additional experience, or to try something different. They may not necessarily continue as a teacher.
Yeah, substitute teachers, some are contracted. Sometimes you have a contracted individual that's going to be a full-time sub within a school district, and they just go from school to school on certain days. The rest of them are not contracted personnel, don't come under the negotiated agreement at all. Their salary is set by the school board. It might be $25 a day, $75 a day, whatever the going rate is. So I think that's a different area that we're trying to address here than within this particular legislation. Let's go to caucus.
I gotta run to another COC
Okay,
upstairs.
all right.
I'll try to get back if you're still at it.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. Okay, we'll go into caucus. We have the rooms right across the hallway. We have 2 of them, 2 offices. Okay, let's go ahead and start. I know that some people are ready, they'll come back, and I know Senator Prentice had to leave. What the House would like to propose, and we have one area we'd like to propose, and then a second which we'd like to discuss. Leaving the House version as is with Part A remaining in, taking Part B and putting a period after the field of authorization, period, and leaving C as is, and the rest of the bill as is. That's,
With change of effective date.
oh, with effective date change, yes. What would we have the effective date on that? Oh, yeah.
60 days.
60 days, yes. That's that. The other, if this is not palatable, then we do have an issue which we really would like to address, and it brought about part of the rationale for putting this bill forward. We take the Senate version dealing with part-time teacher and write this so that we can allow the adjuncts and teaching staff, instructional staff that has the master's degrees at the community college system and the university system in New Hampshire to be able to come down and work in the schools 20 hours per week, or that part's a little bit for dual and concurrent enrollment. Right now, they can't do that. We have a significant problem in our larger cities regarding that right now, i.e. Manchester. And I think that's been communicated to us. Is that correct, Mr. Appleby? Pardon me? Okay. Running start. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is an area that it was brought up in our discussions when we passed this thing out of the committee in education here in the House. And it's part of the rationale. We also support the other side of the coin there. That's why we're offering the first change here, taking out part of B. But if that's not palatable, we'd like to really just change some quick wordsmithing and also require for the adjuncts to have the criminal background check from the college system. That may not be occurring for all right now.
1B, totally, that paragraph.
No, after the word authorization, stop right there. The individual must have earned a bachelor's degree or higher with a major in or related to the field of authorization, period.
Okay.
And leaving part C as is. And if that doesn't work, we'd like to propose to accede to the Senate version by amending it to reflect what we need for the community higher education to do their class. We'd have to get the wording from Mr. Appleby here because it's just obviously not just concurrent dual enrollment. It's other courses which are taught by them in our schools.
So it's
E-Start
it's courses that lead to college credit.
That's correct.
So
No, let's get that defined.
Thank you. It's actually now become, even in critical shortage areas, Franklin has partnered with Lakes Region Community College to cover some of their classes at the high school with community college faculty. So it's not only college credit now, it's actually, and it works out well for the college because now they can keep an instructor busy full time by having them maybe teach a period or two at the high school and the rest of the time at the college.
I see what you're saying.
It's a sharing of resources.
I see what you're saying.
So follow up. Yes, so I clarify this. I'm not going to speak for Senator Ward, but the first option isn't an option for me. So I'll look at I said the first option you outlined is not an option for me, but the second option I'll consider is your idea that we would basically say that if you're an instructor at the University System of New Hampshire or a community college system of New Hampshire, you're eligible to teach without a teaching certification within the public school system. Is that the blanket
that
statement we're
sounds good.
making?
And with criminal background check, that.
Right, but
that-
again, the Senate position already has that. If we just added to the Senate position, and it's an incremental improvement from what it is, it allows for 30-hour part-time teach.
Up to 20. Didn't you say that, Representative?
Yeah,
Mr.
we,
Chair.
we stayed with the 20 on, even with the adjuncts.
Steve, does that work for you? So consent of the ward and I go confer for a little bit?
Yeah, and if you're good with that, we can probably get Mr. Appleby to write some language for us. Right, Steve?
Just to be clear again, so make sure Senator Ward and I are talking about the same thing. We're going to adopt Senate language with a new, I'm going to call it Roman numeral 3, renumbering Roman numeral 3 to 4, and it would say something along the lines of that instructors at the university system or the community college system shall be eligible to teach public school system without a state credential, or language to that effect.
Just to be clear, I don't know if it's instructors or what because I think there are different levels of people who provide instruction at the college level.
I'll consult with both systems to get the wording correct. And I assume you want this like by tomorrow? Okay. Yeah, I'll make a couple
Yeah.
of calls and get the wording right.
And my understanding that we're talking about, professionals at these, whether they're professional full-time faculty or adjunct faculty, that they are they're credentialed at that. They let me say another way, that they have the credentials to be able to teach in these their college classes.
Yes, that would be the intention.
They wouldn't be down here working in schools unless they had that master's in that subject area.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going after, but I think
But
there may be some.
We have
some
to be careful
lecturers
though,
that don't.
because SNU requires a bachelor's. And,
Well, but we're
and some
limiting-
public schools are using SNU for their running start, concurrent dual enrollment, e-start, all that.
Yeah,
I guess let's another ward first and I talk about whether or not we
Yeah,
can accept
yeah,
that position,
yeah.
because if we
If-
can't, then there's no reason to send him down chasing language.
But
Fair enough.
but we may
And-
want to be cautious if we want to limit it only to our 7 schools and 3 4-year. But I'm good with that. We should be pushing concurrent dual enrollment with our system, not necessarily with SNU.
I only have 20 minutes before my next meeting.
Yeah, you and us together,
Oh, we got together.
11:30.
I'm just telling him, my one with the house, with Len Turcotte's committee took all of 5 minutes. Oh, great.
Well, Len's pretty good with that.
All right, Mr. Chair, if I may. Go ahead. So the Senate would agree to drop the hours to 20. We agreed to the criminal background check for part-time teachers. We agreed to the code of conduct, being subject to the code of conduct for part-time teachers, and we agree that all of those provisions would only apply to instructors from the University System of New Hampshire or the Community College System of New Hampshire who will now be eligible to be able to teach in our public schools without further credentialing. That's what we would agree to.
Yep, we're good with that. It's going to be written by Mr. Appleby. And we should have the draft by 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, I'm generally good with this. I'm very concerned about the language that how it applies to which faculty members would be would have the credentials with which to do this. So I just need to see that final language.
Mr. Appleby?
I'm going to consult with both systems, but it would be my expectation that it would refer to this as faculty members of either system, so as to not miss a particular designation that they have for someone when it comes to the credential involved. Certainly at the 4-year level, it's almost always the case that if you're teaching a bachelor's level, you need a master's. And at the community college level, I will check on what their requirements are. There could be instances where an auto mechanic at NHTI may not have a degree, but that would be okay in our CTE centers today. So
That's already available in the CTE,
Correct,
so we don't
correct.
have to go that route.
Yeah, so-
All we need to do is ensure that these people are teaching and instructing in the public schools a course that's recognized as concurrent dual enrollment or some other such type program where, or are you talking about just
That's not
filling a
what,
hole?
Steve.
That's not, we're just
Yeah.
opening it up to make them eligible to teach a part-time class regardless what the subject matter is, if they're
Okay.
an instructor at the university system or NHTI. So again, that one math class.
They
we
might be
able to
teaching
pull-
AP Physics.
Right, AP
So,
Physics
yeah.
is a great example.
Yeah.
And that's needed,
Yeah.
yes.
And
Right,
so it
right.
just allowed any faculty from those two systems would be able to come into the school and teach or be contracted to teach or be an part-time employee without having to go to the Board of Education to go chase down another certification.
That's
My-
good. In my district right now, some of the AP courses are taught online. It'd be good to have one of those bodies in the classroom, eyeball to eyeball.
My concern is that, that I want these people to be faculty members, not teaching assistants, not PhD students that are providing first-year instruction to, first-year students, that they're, so, with all these different levels at the higher education, that are providing instruction, that it's not all of them.
Right,
that
it's not a grad
that
student who's a
it's
teaching assistant.
Very
Understood.
specific,
Yes. Yeah.
group. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you convey that to Mark Rubenstein and to Kathy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are agreeing with that, and we'll move forward with concurring with what we
So
just.
we'll write up a COC report.
Yep.
Doing that, we'll get it in advance just in case we need to tweak a little bit of something, but signature is the vote, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, if we can see it today,
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Sooner the better.
Thank you very much for attending today, department members.
No, I'm getting a little more used to the Senate. We run a little looser than you guys.
Just a little bit. We're adjourned. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start. We're right at this time, 11:30. We're absent one on our side, but that's fine. So we're here today continuing from a recess, HB 1665. This is the bill that's dealing with the education freedom accounts. And let's continue our conversation here. Senator Lang, is there any movement?
Sure. So the Senate would agree to some minor amendments if the House agrees to them. In Section 3, the phase-out grants will agree to reduce it to just a 2-year extension instead of a 3-year extension. Going to 2028 instead of 2029. So that reduces the extension from the current law that's going to expire. And we would agree to strip Section 5 completely from the bill, which is the ADMA language. And if you agree to that, I think we'll have signatures for everybody.
Okay, we're going to take a brief 2-minute and come back.
Okay.
Looks like there's 3 of us. Okay, I want to confirm one thing here. The The proposal put forth by the Senate has been to leave the 400%, that being the top percentage that you're moving towards, and to look at the phase out and drop that to 2 years.
Correct. Drop it from, currently it says 2029 in the, in
Okay.
the Senate version, we drop it to 2028.
Okay, the House position on that is we non-concur. We're going to drop it.
Is, 400 is the, top of, what's possible in your opinion, on the Senate side?
Yes.
Yeah. So we non-concur.
Well, can we have another break?
Yep. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and, following our break right here, still dealing with HB 1665. Folks, I've done this before. I can remember doing one with Senator Reagan years ago. We had 30 different amendments and we never resolved the bill. So on this one right here, I'm going to pull back the non-concurrence and we're recessing till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
No, this is yours. Senator Bradley is in another committee of conference. Senator Avard, I think, told us he was going to be in DC.
Sorry, I accidentally turned yours off. I was trying to turn mine on.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's just me.
Okay. Wonderful. So with this, I will reopen the conference committee on House Bill 1278. I was looking to see if we'd have two of our Senate colleagues, but I'm very happy to have Senator Whitley here. As I'm not sure if everybody is aware, Senate Bill 499, which was added to House Bill 1278 plus another section. So 499 was accepted along with a pared down version of the roads bill in just previously. So that part is already there. It's already headed to law, and I don't believe that there'll be any challenges having it through. So that language is already established. The question, the House will not accede to the $500,000 in spending that had been defeated previously in the House. It is not the House position to add $500,000 in school funding. And quite frankly, not having it on a committee bill where we had people involved in that in the first place makes it even more challenging to accept that change. So because the language in the rest of the bill in sections 4 and 5 were already accepted in another conference committee that should have smooth sailing, and the fact that the House is rejecting section 3, we would seek the Senate to recede from their amendment and to accede to the House position.
Thanks for that. I mean, I think everyone is very clear now what this House position is on 499. And I think the Senate's proposal at this point is to retain the portions that the House has already acceded to on 499, keep that on 1278. I don't want to call it an insurance policy, but I think, just clear-eyed that these are two policies, just those two in the Tulorsky Amendment on 499. House and Senate are in full agreement. So the Senate proposal is to retain those on to 1278, and I think we can have an agreement there.
Thank you. I do appreciate that offer to add simply what the House had passed. However, we already have that language, and I don't want to put in jeopardy the assistance to small towns that need assistance to get their roads rebuilt. I can't imagine that it would be rejected beyond this stage, and I can't imagine that it wouldn't move forward through both bodies. So with that, thank you for the offer. However, our offer is for the Senate to recede from their amendment and concur with the House. Sorry. Representative Almy?
Yes, we may have a problem because there's there's been a lot of talk about how the governor would not accept the roads portion, and that's where the insurance policy would come in.
Thank you. That's why the committee had waited and come back today, and I believe that question is no longer a question.
I think I don't think it's decided. I don't think it's as certain as you indicated. I just don't see a downside to retaining two important policies that the House and Senate fully agree on both. I mean, there's no disagreement about the policy. There's full consensus on that. So I don't see the downside of doing that and I also don't think it jeopardizes the disaster relief. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry, Representative Shapiro.
Yes, I would also just say that in speaking to Representative Edwards prior to their session, he was in full agreement with that idea of us keeping this on this bill as well. And I mean, I've only heard it secondhand, but I think that that's true for Representative Urf as well.
Yeah, and I will say we did have Representative Wallner check in with Representative Urf and Representative Edwards, and I believe they are completely fine with the addition of adding those two policies that we just agreed on. We negotiated in good faith on that, and so they were fine with that, is my understanding.
So my conversations with them were different. My conversations with them were that those positions were wonderful as long as they went along with the ability to repair the roads in small towns. Because if you can't get to school for your lunch, if you can't get to the grocery store in order to use your benefits, if it's a summer rain event, we have larger problems. We have the ability for that enabling legislation. And while I do understand that over a large big ticket item, there may be a risk of it passing both bodies and not ultimately succeeding, I really don't think a question mark of $25,000 raises to that level. I do know that there are some other areas where quite frankly, the Senate is pushing a position where there may be some question called into effect as well. I don't believe that holding to the bill as passed by the House without the Senate amendment puts the Feed the Children at risk, because I don't believe that that is at risk, especially when it is with the roads. And that is the House position. Representative Shapiro?
Yes, I just want to make clear from, I think I can speak for others as well as myself, that the idea to keep the two food policies on our bill is in no way in no way should be read as us being against the disaster relief fund. In fact, in the House, we included that in the amendment by a large margin, and I certainly voted for it. And so I hope you won't take our push to keep these food policies in this bill as in any way being against the disaster relief fund. I think we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And I think that's why it's a strong position, and that's why I don't think that it's at the same risk that others believe that it is. So actually, with that, I'm going to.
Could I just ask,
Yes.
are you on,
Sorry, could you put your microphone on though?
sorry, are you taking the whole bill away? Or are you allowing the therapeutic cannabis to go forward?
So by asking the Senate to recede from their amendment, it would allow the therapeutic cannabis to move forward so that everybody doesn't need to relitigate each of those issues. This is just a point of trying to move away from the complications and piling one bill on top of another. I know that we all have the frustrations of Concord, and none of at this table will be dealing with the frustrations a little to the south of us, which I definitely understand. But we want to hold to that House position. So if, with that, if the Senate would like to go ahead, I know that not everybody is here. We will be ready to.
Yeah, so I'm not ready to make that agreement, particularly without my colleagues here. And so if we want to just recess until tomorrow, and that way I can talk to my other Senate colleagues. I can't make, on behalf of the Senate, I hear your agreement, and I would like to recess and talk with the other members.
I will need to see if it's 12 hours, so we would be able to do that at some point. So
Great.
I will find and see what times are available. I know that the day is stacking up quite well, and I will notify everybody. So with that, we're in recess.